Okay, I think we are good. Awesome. Hi, everyone. I'm Team15, and welcome to my test stream of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Let's get started. Oh, I pre-ordered this game, so I have all the soundtrack. Like, I got additional soundtrack pieces, so yay. I also apparently had early access, but I didn't realize that. I hadn't realized it when I checked yesterday. I was like, oh, shit. That's okay, though. I had other things to do, so it's not like I would be. I would have wanted to play earlier than the 27th, but might as well play this on this release date. This game supports an autosave feature. Please do not turn the console off whilst the icon is displayed at the top of the screen. Sorry about being late, by the way. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Press any button. I'm playing on the Switch, by the way. I'm playing with my Pro controller. If it isn't already obvious that I'm playing on the Switch, I mean. But yeah, I'm not using the Joy-Cons. I'm using my Pro controller. Hi, Ace King. What's up? Okay, I already have a save file here, but I'm not gonna bother. I'm just... Oh, you can... So there are like 5 different episodes. Episode 1, The Adventure of the Great Departure. Episode 2, The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Episode 3, The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Episode 4, The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Kokoro! Episode 5, The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Let's just do number 1. What happens if I select this one? Okay, well, let me just do this one, actually. So, let's do the opening. Start playing from here. Yeah, apparently you can actually... Yeah, you can I actually have pretty much... I can select pretty much anything here. Huh. So... Oh, I don't have the DS game, the 3DS game of this, because why would I? like it wasn't, this wasn't localized until recently, so I don't have the original 3DS. The original 3DS release. Now, a fan translation was released for it, but Capcom finally ported this to the Switch and localized it. I'm like, thank you, Capcom, thank you. But anyway, that's enough talking. Let's get started.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Welcome to the Carnival. That's what it says in French. Episode 1, The Adventure of the Great Departure. Ooh. Okay, so... Okay, so another thing I need to talk about. So I'm a big fan of the Ace Attorney series. So I've watched playthroughs of Ace Attorney 1, all the games really, And as well as this game in its original Japanese release, I had to watch a fan translation of it. Oh, and which I finished like months ago, so I'll be able to. So I'm gonna like probably point out a few things that differ from the fan translation patch. Yeah, fan translation patch. I haven't watched the translation of the second game though. There's a sequel to this, but I haven't watched that one at all. Just the first one, because the translation the translation for the second one isn't completed yet. I don't think it is. But yeah, big fan of the Ace Attorney series, so playing this and on the Switch, ooh, it's gonna be so exciting. Okay, 22nd November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature? Judicature? I don't know. Defendants Antechamber 5. Oh, I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares. Murderer! Sorry. My name is... I don't know how to pronounce. I'll try to pronounce that. Okay. Ryonosuke Naruhodo. I think that's how you'd say it in Japanese. I'll just call him Ryu. My name is Ryu. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. Oh, hi, K. Martin. That's enough! He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue! Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. Oh, okay, my boy. Yeah, okay. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Oh, damn. Right, Ryu? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But, really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Ha ha ha! There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by students. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me! I didn't do it! I can never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryu. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma! It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last! I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around this temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Oh shit, sorry, what am I doing? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryu. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kasuma. See, I don't want this to be like Animal Soccer World, where one person's just voicing all the characters. Oh lord, okay. Wow, that was really bad. Oh god, worst dub ever. No, I might as well just read everything in my normal voice. I think that'd be a lot less awkward. Ace Attorney! I love this! Poggers! This is awkward. If I may... Yes! Sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryu, I believe. Yes, that's right! My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yumei University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba! I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that the... Oh shit, my bad. I'm afraid that that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What?! As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling that Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand! Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it! I swear it! I'm not a murderer! I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? Am I marrying someone? Okay! No, I'm kidding. But what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin! Proceed to the courtroom at once! It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So, allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. No, I'm kidding. That actually hurt my throat. I'm not doing that again. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. Hey Blue, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Or as Wendy Williams would say, how you der? No, I'm kidding. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny! 22nd November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of I don't know how to say that word. I don't know. Courtroom number 2. I'll just say Supreme Court. Fuck it. So, this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only I can't speak today. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll be clear in time. It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryu. It's about to begin. Ew, Winston Payne's ancestor, I'm assuming. Or maybe Gaspin Payne's ancestor. The courts will now hear the trial of Ryu. The oh wait, hold on. Let me say it in my Alpha's voice. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. Poggers. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I'm obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Hey bitches, I'm in this courtroom! What?! Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it! This must be the question! Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. Ryu looks scared as shit. What?! Like he's like... I don't know. I bet Asuma just wants... I said Asuma. Kazuma just wants to slap him. It's like, stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! You will be fine! Stop it! Calm down! Get a hold of yourself! But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly! What should I do? Okay, so it actually does not matter which one you pick here. So, I did the wait and see option. For those of you who are wondering what it... Yeah, actually, why don't I just save and show you? I'll just save and show you. Let me show you what happens when you select the... Yeah, let me save over the one I had before. I didn't get very far in this case. Okay, so let me show you what happens here. Wait and see. Kazuma's the lawyer here. I can't defend myself. If I said I do, it would be tantamount to lying. Sorry, I was reading something in the chat. Let me read that again. If I said I do, it would be tantamount to lying. And I've been accused of murder, for goodness sake. This is no time for lies. Try to stop fidgeting, Ryu. It's distracting. But if I don't say I'll defend myself now, things can end very badly for my friend. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. And then he just interrupts. But what is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryu, will be defending myself. You'll be... What?! Where are you playing at, Ryu? Professor Mikotoba told me everything. Just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. But no! It's not that! Really! It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. Oh wait, hold on, let me read the chat. Naruhodo. Yeah, it's Naruhodo. Naruhodo. Ryu. Ryu Naruhodo. Ryu. Fun fact, Naruhodo is Japanese for Phoenix, aka the first name of the main protagonist of Ace Attorney. Wow. Okay. This is simply a side game. Ryu is a descendant of Phoenix Wright. I think you mean ancestor, but yeah. Like, I think you mean it the other way around. Like, Phoenix is a descendant of Ryu, which is true, but yeah, I get what you mean, though. Um, but yeah, this is a side game. Like, this is... I don't know how to pronounce the original Japanese title for this game. I'm just gonna... It's DGS. Like, that's the acronym for the title. DGS. And this is the first DGS game. There was a second one that came after this, but it hasn't been translated or localized yet. Fuck, I meant the other way. It's okay, I got what you meant. Yeah, so as Blue Wolf just said, Ryu is I'm just gonna pronounce it the way an American would. Ryu is Phoenix Wright's ancestor. So yeah, he's actually a predecessor of Phoenix Wright. Although, honestly, he looks more like Apollo than Phoenix. Like, I honestly, he reminded me of Apollo. I'm like, huh. I felt so proud typing that too. Shit. It's okay. No, you gotta say it like me, Blue Wolf. Shit! You gotta say it like that. Come on, with force. With force. But anyway. Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. DGS 1 and 2 are great games, by the way. I haven't seen a walkthrough or a playthrough of the second one, just the first one. But I agree, so I can't comment on the second one. But I agree that the first one is great. I mean, I pre-ordered it for... This is like the only game I've ever pre-ordered. So I'm just like, hey, they localized this, finally! I don't know why they didn't do it before, but... I'm happy. Now, if only they could do the same for Investigations 2. I'm not sure if they've already done it, but I don't think they have. But they did it for the first DGS game. Hopefully they'll do it for Investigations 2 as well. I'd love that. I guess defending yourself from murder runs in the family. Right? The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel. Really?
Objection!
Oh, you played the English patch for an emulator? Oh, okay. I ought to go and watch one. I didn't know... So the patch is complete? So the English patch for the second DGS game is complete? Yeah, I like Investigations 2. I like Investigations 2. Honestly, it actually has better writing than Investigations 1. Investigations 1 had some spotty writing, but it was still very enjoyable. Investigations 2 was actually better written. Although, I actually like Investigations 1 more. Investigations 2 has a better story, but Investigations 1... Well, a better written story, I would say. But Investigations 1 has a more interesting story. At least that's how I see it. And yeah, I know... I like all the Ace Attorney games. Ace Attorney 1, Ace Attorney 2, Justice for All, Ace Attorney 3, Trials and Tribulations, Ace Attorney... Oh, but fuck Prosecutor Goto, by the way. I don't like Prosecutor Goto. Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, Dual Destinies, and Spirit of Justice, as well as Investigations 1 and Investigations 2. And DGS 1. I haven't seen DGS 2 yet. But DGS 1 is I like it a lot. Especially the parts with, well... Okay, so Sherlock Holmes is actually in this game, and you'll see him in like the second episode and onward. From the second episode onwards, you'll see him, and I like the sections with him. Those are really fun, cause he's like it's just so funny. Like the things he says is so funny. And I've also even watched a playthrough of. What was it? Oh yeah, Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton. Something, I forgot what it was called actually, but I've also seen a playthrough of that one. I like that one too. That one was pretty cool. It's not canon, but I like it a lot. technically in Japan, Dual Destinies of Spirit of Justice are known as GS5 and 6 respectively. Yeah, I'm sorry, Dual Destinies is number 5, Spirit of Justice is number 6, and Apollo Justice is number 4. Yeah, Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. I like that one a lot. I know about every single Ace Attorney game. Like, this is my shit. Like, I love this series. Oh, it's Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. Oh, okay. Yeah, that one was pretty interesting as well. Especially the ending. The ending was just like like mind-blowing. But anyway. Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Same, bitch. Right? Right? Like, I can't name a single bad Ace Attorney game. Although I will say that they're not faultless, but I do like them. I do like them. I think the weakest one was probably, if I'm gonna be honest, the weakest one was probably 4. Like, the villain had the weakest motivation ever. Honestly, that's why I don't like I liked 4. It was actually the first Ace Attorney game I ever watched someone play. But so I'm like, so when I was watching, I was like, I didn't understand half of what was going on, because it's like I started from that one, but then I started from the first one and then worked my way back up, and it's like, oh, okay, now everything makes sense. But yeah, I'd say number 4 is the weakest one. I'm the Phoenix Wright nerd. No, I am. I've even watched like the anime, except for the 3rd season. I haven't watched that one yet. I watched seasons 1 and 2. I'm sorry, no. There are 2. I think there are 2 seasons, and the 2nd season covers the 3rd game, whereas the 1st season covers games 1 and 2. And I watched that one. And I will say that the anime does some things better than the games did, but does some things worse. So it's you know, it's like so like 50-50, does something better, 50-50 does something worse. It's like, but I like the anime. I think both the Japanese version and the English version, they're both very good, but I prefer the Japanese version. I just do. Yeah, the anime was good. I think the anime is very good. I just think that sometimes it does things worse than the games did, but sometimes it does things better. Like, let me pause this. I don't like having this noise while I'm speaking. So one thing that I think the anime did better is, the case Turnabout Big Top from the Ace Attorney Justice for All. A lot of people really didn't like that case, and for valid reasons. I personally didn't mind it, but I can see why people didn't like it. Like, their complaints are pretty valid. The anime definitely cleaned that up. Like, if you guys hate Turnabout Big Top, watch the anime. The anime handled that case so much better, in so many ways. Like, so many ways. Like, the game's version was just but the anime handled it so much better. One thing it did worse, I'm trying to remember. I had examples before, but I've forgotten about a lot. I've forgotten about it, the anime, honestly. I haven't even watched the other season. I do plan to do so at one point. I just haven't gotten around to it. I can't remember what it did worse. I cannot remember what it did worse. Huh. You know, I can't remember. Maybe I'll remember. I honestly can't remember. Oh well. But yeah. But yeah, the anime's good. It's very good. Okay, though it kind of suffers from padding and rushing. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I feel like the anime's pacing wasn't as good as the game's. Like, there were parts that they just cut out completely. I can't specifically remember what parts, but there were some parts that they had to cut out, which makes sense because, you know, it's the anime. It's an anime adaptation, but I feel like that actually made things worse in some ways. I wish I could provide, like, concrete examples, though. I just can't remember. I'd have to rewatch it. If I rewatched it, I would be able to come up with a lot more examples. But yeah, like, the anime was spotty in some areas, but it was still very good. I gotta buy the original trilogy and Apollo on Switch. I should do that. I really should do that. Ace Attorney 4's villain's reasoning was just a pussy. Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but yeah, he had the weakest motivation for being a villain. It was a matter of ego. Like, I don't want to spoil it, but it's just such a weak motivation. Not to mention that also another problem in Apollo Justice was, okay, the third case made no fucking sense. Like, it made zero sense. The initial suspect could not have done the crime. And the reason for this is, okay, so, you know what, I don't want to spoil it, but let's just say that there was literally no way he could have done it. But yet they're like, no, he did it! He did it! And I'm like, how? So, okay, so the first two cases of Apollo Justice were fine, but the other two were just not. I'm sorry. No, they were not. They were not. The fourth case was better than the third case, but again, the entire game's villain, his motivation was just weak. It was weak compared to the other villains in the series that had stronger motivations. This one just sucked. This guy just sucked. I'm sorry. The villain of Apollo was shit. I'm sorry. Don't be. Like, you're not wrong. He was shit. Like, he was the worst villain out of all of them. He had the potential to be a good villain, but his reasoning was so stupid. Like, you know, it reminds me of Memphilis in Sonic 06. You know, Memphilis in Sonic 06, who also had the potential to be a really good villain, but his actions made no damn sense. It's the same thing here. Again, like, how, you know how Memphilis in Sonic 06, like, bothers with, like, tries to trick Silver for no reason, like, because Silver didn't really have anything to offer Memphilis. Like, Memphilis had no reason to interact with him. Like, he was perfectly capable of killing Sonic himself. He didn't need Silver to do it. Here, the motivations for the villain were just as stupid for Apollo Justice. You'd have to play the game to see yourself. It just did not make any sense. It was basically, his motivations were basically, I was offended because someone didn't do something, because someone didn't choose me to be the lawyer. I won't say who, but let's just say someone didn't choose me to be their lawyer. Therefore, I shall fuck shit up. And chose someone else, and he chose someone else instead. Therefore, I shall fuck shit up. That's not a reason to be a villain. They moved Case 1 of Game 2 into the second season, and yet Cases 2 of 4 of Game 2 are in Season 1. That's weird. That's honestly weird. I think you're right, though, because I remember that I think Case 1 was missing from the first game. I'm sorry, the second game. Apollo Justice Case 3 can burn the damn fire. Yeah, it was not a good case. It wasn't good because, again, as you just said in the chat, the defendant could not have done the crime. Like, how could they have done the crime? Like, I can't. Like, Apollo Justice was a bit of a mess, honestly. It's the weakest game, in my opinion. It's the weakest game. I think, I'm trying to think of the second weakest game. I don't know. I feel like all the games have issues. All of them have issues, but Apollo Justice was the worst of all of them, in my opinion. Cases 3 and 4 did not make a single ounce of sense. They didn't choose me, so I shall fuck up everything and everyone up and frame people for my shit. Yeah, he's so petty. Like, it reminds me of, Mean Girls 2. For those of you who watched the first Mean Girls movie, the one with Lindsay Lohan in it, they made a second one, which wasn't nearly as good, honestly. Sorry, not sorry. But in Mean Girls 2, the villain, like, who's also a mean girl, her motivations for being mean, for bullying, like, making the main character's life a living hell, her motivations were weak too. And it's similar to the motivations for Apollo Justice's villain. Like, so the mean girl in Mean Girls 2, she invited the main character she thought the main character was pretty and cool looking, so she's like, why don't you join our group of friends? And then the main character politely declined. Like, she said, nah, I'm not interested. And then the mean girl's like, how dare she not choose me? I shall make her life a living hell. And then proceeds to, like, ruin her life. To the point of even ruining the main character's dad's car engine. And I'm like, that's such a weak motivation. Someone didn't want to be your friend and you're like, how dare you? It's the same thing here with Apollo Justice, where it's like, how dare you not choose me to be your lawyer? And it was like, I can't. I'm sorry. Some villains are so poorly written and have no reason to be villains other than to give the main character something to do. Sorry, not sorry. I forgot Mean Girls had a sequel. A lot of people did. I didn't even know it had a sequel at first until I finished watching the first Mean Girls movie, and I'm like, oh, there's a sequel. Kind of like how Grease 2 exists, but, no one really cares about it. At least I don't think anyone does. Because people often comment on the original Grease, but not the second movie. I honestly watched the beginning of the second movie and then stopped watching. I'm like, this is boring. Although the first movie wasn't great either, but it was certainly more entertaining. But anyway. But I digress. Oh yeah, his breakdown! Yeah, the main villain's breakdown in Apollo Justice. He's like, right! And I'm like, he literally turns into a demon. I'm like, you okay there? And I feel bad for the prosecutor of Apollo Justice being that guy's brother. I feel bad for him being the villain's brother. I feel bad. I feel really, really bad. I'm like, dude, I'm sorry you have a brother like that. I am so sorry. Godo can go fuck himself. Yeah, I don't know. I agree. I don't know why people like Prosecutor Godo. There is nothing redeemable about his character. He is not a good character. I don't know why people like him. Like, people's like, oh, he's so cool. Oh, he's so awesome. No, he's not. He can go fuck himself. He's an asshole. A huge asshole. Like, now granted, most of the prosecutors in this game are not, in this game series are not very nice, but Godo was the worst. He was an asshole. Holy shit. Like, he was, oh my god, he was a huge dick. And not even the likable kind of dick. You know how there are some people who are dicks but are likable dicks? Well, assholes, I should say, because I don't want that to be taken out of context, but who are likable jerks? You know how there are people who are likable jerks? Godo isn't a likable jerk. He's just a jerk. He's just a jerk. Like, he is a hot... I just don't like him. Oh my god, I cannot stand him. Like, out of all the prosecutors, he is the worst one by far. Like, and his motivations for being an asshole to the main character are so weak. I'm like, he's basically projecting his own shortcomings onto the main character, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like, it does make for a potentially interesting character, but the writers did not make him likable. Despite that, he's an asshole, a huge asshole. He's a huge asshole. God. Yeah, Edgeworth's likable. Von Karma, like, Franziska, she could be likable at times. Manfred, well, he's not exactly pleasant, but at least he's tolerable. Godot is just insufferable. I cannot stand him. Oh my god. You know he's a bad prosecutor when even Manfred von Karma and Franziska von Karma were more likable. Like, and they were assholes too. And I think the difference between them and Prosecutor Godot is that I feel like at least Franziska and Manfred know, like, they kind of know their place in the legal system. Like, they do push around the judge a bit, but in the end they realize that he is the final say. He has the final say. He's the final authority. Whereas Godot doesn't care. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna have 17 cups of coffee, and by then, this trial should be over. And I'm like, no, dude, fuck you. Fuck you. Like, he has no respect for anyone, basically. He can fuck off. Jesus. Yeah, and this reasoning was something out of Venus's control. Exactly. But I've ranted too much, honestly. Ooh! I would love to rant about this series, though. Ooh, I would love to. Ooh. I would love to rant about this series. Oh, I have so many things to say about it. So many things. Oh, so many things. I could say things about every single game. I have complaints about every single game, really. But, I mean, I think all the games are overall solid, but they have issues. Big issues. But let's go back to this game. Isn't that so? Naruhodo-san. Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Courts, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I'm pretty sure I'm mispronouncing that word. I'm just going to say Supreme Court. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear? Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes! Kindly state before the courts the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But... wait... I'm so nervous I can't even remember that! What was it again? Ryu. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of R. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press R for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. And you can't do anything at this point. We have to press the R button. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with R. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. Ooh, so we have some profiles here. We got Kazuma, Eugene, Taketsuchi, John. Speaking of the last character, you'll learn quite a bit about him later. His story's rather sad, but I won't spoil it. Let's just say that it involves his family. Okay, so remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press X to present. Try it now. Now, I'm going to show you what happens when you present the wrong people. So let's start with him. Now, it's obviously this guy, but let's start with him. It's really funny.
Yes!
Yes! The victim was none other than Taketsuchi Ouchi. Then, who's the uptight, bespectacled top-knot standing opposite? Who's a bespectacled... I can't say that word. Bespectacled... I can't... Oh my god, I'm failing this. Bespectacled. Okay, bespectacled. Okay. Who's a bespectacled top-knot? Ugh. Sorry, for some reason that just came out, even though I know it's wrong. Perhaps you're unaware that I am a master of the ancient no-style sword art. A pathetic little child like you would be sliced to pieces before you even came close to taking my life. I wouldn't provoke that proud Edo spirit. He might draw his blade on you. I thought courtroom sparring was supposed to be done with words. I must say, you are not instilling the court with much confidence here. Quickly, give him the correct answer before he turns his gavel on you. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press X to present. Try it now. Okay, now this one's really funny.
Yes!
Okay, let's present my best friend. His best friend, technically. The victim was none other than Kasuma Asogi.
Objection!
Oh? Then why is that pompous-looking boy with the billowing headband still standing there next to you? I mean, still there standing next to you. Oops! Oops doesn't do that justice! Not content with having killed Dr. Wilson, now you're claiming my murder as well? I haven't killed anyone! Then concentrate, and actually read the court record before you answer. I must say, you are not instilling the court with much confidence here. And I already read that part, and that part. Okay, now let's do this one.
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name is... Stop. Stop. Just stop. You're just saying a random name that you come across in a court record, aren't you? How did you guess? It's blatantly obvious. From your wide-eyed look of bewilderment. I must say, you are not instilling the court with much confidence here. Okay, so we'll pick the right person this time. And if you select them again, it's just going to be the same thing, so... Let's do John H. Wilson, the victim of this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yumei University from the British Empire. You know, in the fan translation, his name was John H. Watson instead. But I'm not sure if this is... But in this one, it's just John H. Wilson in this one. Although I'm not sure if that name will change later in this game. I don't know. I just started playing. But, oh, whoops. I have to press X.
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yumei University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally, although they are quite... oh, well, I won't say anything now, you'll see what I mean. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Ew, that's an awful title! Jesus! And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil, bitch! You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yumei University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education! Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from my allies on the other side of the world. The court, therefore, wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. Oh my god, I actually do have a bit of a southern accent, don't I? I think I do. Huh. I thought it was always neutral. Sorry, that was random. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class then. Oh, my bad. See you in English class tomorrow then. Partner. Poggers. The British Empire. Wow. It's incredible to think... Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. Oh, hi, Maple! Hey, Maple! You just came! What's up? What is up? My voice sounds dusty at times. My bad. So I went over to the professor's table. I heard that! Sorry. I'm sorry, Maple. I can't help it. I just say the P word. You know, piss. And introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously, that was... Ryu. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now! Do it now! Okay, so it's obviously the post-mortem report, but I'm gonna be a troll and select this one.
Yes.
Hit. I decided to choose like the student badge. Sorry, for some reason, I'm sorry the stream disconnected for a bit. I don't know. It was my internet. Oh no, my internet is being an asshole. Anyway, the evidence that clearly shows the victim's cause of death is, of course, this. And on what basis? Excuse me. And on what basis do you present this evidence? Well, why did you pick that? Isn't there something more relevant looking? Well, now that you say that, I suppose. Pick the wrong piece of evidence again, and it won't be a mystery as to your cause of death. Oh shit, okay! Yikes! He sounds and looks deadly serious. That was funny. He's like, I'm gonna use my sword on you, bitch, if you pick the wrong thing again. Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now! Before I slice you up! Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Oh, I didn't mean to examine it, my bad. But anyway. Victim, John H. Wilson, male, British, time of death, 19th November. Ew, is that how they wrote the date back then? Shortly after 2 p.m. Cause of death, single bullet fired at close range, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma, no exit wound, bullet did not pass through the body. Okay. Present. Yes! Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it? Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh no. Wow, that is not a good system. Oh, wow. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion, which would mean that the bullet was fired at close range. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Yeah, if you play games like Ace Attorney or watch crime dramas, you'll know what the gunpowder residue on the wound means. It means the victim was fired at close range. Was shot at, I mean. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, as I was saying, they just inspect the body? Ooh, no, that's not a good method. Now, granted, again, you know, and this game points out that Japan was in the process of revamping things regarding their legal system. So, I know that they didn't really have the best methods yet, but still, like, oh, God. Ugh. I like, oh, that's just not a good system. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. Photograph of victim. A photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. Wouldn't it have made more sense to shoot him here, though, where his heart, you know, was... I don't know. As deadly as a deadly six. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah! Of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but... Any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Witness, state your name and occupation for the courts, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm just playing. Are you bleeding? Are you alright? Not alright. Alright. Two separate words. Oh my god. Sorry. That was the grammar Nazi in me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. The fuck? But you cough up blood! Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, in Occidental. Is it Occidental or Occidental? Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. An Occidental eatery 3 days ago. Fuck the Deadly Six. Yep, fuck them, because they're so generic. They are basically they're nothing more than distinct personality traits. That's really all they are. One is a typical generic villain. One is someone who likes to eat a lot and is a complete moron. One is just a typical teenage girl. One is an emo character. Really, Sega? Well, I should say Sonic Team, but whatever. One's a stereotypical martial artist, like Master Shifu, but not nearly as well developed. And one is... Oh yeah, he was so irrelevant to me that I forgot about him! I was like, wait, who's the last one? Oh yeah, one who just likes destroying shit. That's all they are. Although I do like Zavok, though. I feel like he had the potential to be an interesting character, but the writing fucked him over. Anyway. In the usual Ace Attorney Case 1 fashion, they always have a witness that's a fake-out culprit, and then they bring out the true and obvious culprit. Yeah, although one complaint I have about the case in this game that I'm playing, the culprit's pretty obvious from the get-go, but they made the trial longer than it needed to be. Like, you'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. Like, the culprit in this case is just so obvious. So freaking obvious. Now, the cases that happen later it's not as obvious that in those, but in this one it was quite obvious. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjection from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. Oh shit, my bad. Let me... Oh shit. Whoops. I forgot... I forgot to show you guys the other option. Oops. Earlier, I forgot to show you guys the other option. Okay, let me go and load this. I forgot to show you guys the other option. That's so embarrassing. Okay, so here's what happens when you press I do. You see, it kind of plays out the same way as before. Actually, I think it plays out exactly the same way. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense.
Yes!
Yeah, okay, so it's the same. But without, like, all that extra dialogue from the main character. Yeah, it's the same. So let me go back and load the other one. Good thing you can save in these games whenever you want. So it's like, okay, if I get a penalty, well, let me just save first and see what happens. Fuck the Deadly Six, except for Zor. He's spared. Okay, it was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. Why do I keep putting in extra sounds that don't exist? It's like my mind and my brain have... My mind and my mouth, I'm sorry. My mind and my mouth, like, they don't work in sync very often. So my mind is like... But my mouth's like... The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. Like, G-Man sounded out. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried... Oh my god! A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Yes! Hold on, let me just clarify something here. Well, I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor. I didn't shoot him!
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw. You amateur! But... Next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryu. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryu? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Okay, so let me pause. Well, not pause. Let me save. You can't really pause in this game, but let me save and show you guys what happens when you interject. Okay, so let's interject.
Yes!
Yes! Just a moment, please! Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah! A sketch of the establishment's layout, drawn by yourself, I presume? That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. I don't know why I find the coughing animation funny. I don't know why I do. I don't know why. I feel like he had it. I feel like he listened to. I feel like he listened to like Bodak Yellow, and now he's like it caused him to like cough. Like he like for some reason it triggered some sort of allergic reaction in him, so he needs to cough all that shit out. Waiter's business card. Hey, stop coughing! I'm trying to read. Ooh, actually, you know what? Let me do it too. No, I'm kidding. I'm so childish. Okay, the waiter's business card. The head waiter's business card. A sketch of the restaurant's layout is on the back. Okay, you can stop coughing now. So, the court has now heard a... Is it precise? I don't fucking know. English is stupid. Of the case. Him coughing makes me want to cough. Right? It's like... like, you can make a rap out of that. Like, you can make a song out of that. Like, just pull in the back, add some other beats, and you're good. No, I'm kidding. I'm going to hell. But anyway, yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. You think so, but actually it really is a black and white case, but again, they had to drag this case out. It's a black and white case, but not for the reasons he thinks. The judge, I mean. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. What? If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. Bitch! I don't want a bargain plea! I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to God! Stop it, brain! Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. As long as it's not about forging evidence. Ace Attorney 4. Sorry. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryu. I love that death slam. Like every Ace Attorney character has it. They either, they do one arm or two arms. It's like boom or boom. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Oh. Indeed. Professor Ouchie. Ouchie. I said ouchie. I think in Japanese it'd be pronounced Ouchie. I think. Ouchie. But whatever. Please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint. But I can be a devil when I want to be. You know, out of context, I'm not even going to get into that. Right? I'm kidding. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. With my beard. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir! The great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant I can't. Yes, sir. No, sir. Reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd district. Kyrio Korekuta at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post-noon. Really? Dang. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curious, I don't know how to pronounce that, with which I make my business. I can't understand the word that old man is saying. I can, but I know it sounds pretentious as hell. But I mean, that's, some people just talk like that. Edgewood kind of talks like that. So I can't judge. But for some, that can sound pretentious, though. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war. Sir! It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. Wait, what the fuck was that sound? I just heard a baby. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. There you go. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment. Sorry, let me turn that down. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Saya, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. What does acerbic mean? What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at... Why ingesting? I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was... Why are you talking like that? Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. There's that noise again. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian. And from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Wow, okay, I already see a contradiction in this testimony. Like, how do you make that mistake as a witness? Like, really? Like, really? Okay. I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. So, you lost it? Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed a vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What the fuck? Is that a dagger? And I heard a baby noise again. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryu? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed that an English man... When I noticed an English man-made... When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... Bang! Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryu, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now! 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 As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt. Oh, I'm sorry, I did not read that well. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Yes! What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How do you know? I mean, people can see you guys talking to each other. And it's not hard to assume certain things. The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. Doesn't really matter though. They do have that right. The defense obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? Objection! Objection! The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Damn, Kazuma is so commanding. What a badass! I know, I like him. I like him so much. He's such a cool character. Well, anyway. I'm not going to spoil anything. But, you know, I'm not going to say it. Anyway. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryu. But, I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right. Evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryu! Lego! Don't let them beat you, bitch! That was a weak-ass death slap! It's like... it was so weak. Instead of this, he does this. he does get better at the death slap thing later, but it's just so funny. All right then, it's all or nothing. Time for the cross-examination. Yay! But before we do that, I'll be right back because I'm kind of hungry and I need a snack. BRB, bitches! But until then, enjoy my waiting screen. Okay, I'm back. Got chips. Lay's Stacks Mesquite Barbecue. For those who are interested. Anyway, let's do this cross-examination. So, for those of you who are new to Ace Attorney games, when you have these, first you have a testimony where you listen to the witnesses, as we just did. And then the cross-examination thing, you listen to the witnesses' statements again, but this time you can actually scroll through them. And you can either ask them for more information on that statement, or you can present evidence against that statement, evidence that contradicts that statement, so that disproves that statement. But anyway, you'll see as we do it what the witnesses saw. Okay, so on the top right, these are what we call... Actually, I don't even know exactly what those are called. I'll just call them lives. So those are the lives you have, or whatever they're called. If you present the wrong evidence, at certain points, well, actually, if you present the wrong evidence during cross-examinations, period, or if you do something that... Well, actually, here, sorry, let me re-explain this. So, if you present the wrong evidence on any statement, then you get a penalty. So let me show you exactly how that looks. Oh, I should probably save first. I really don't want a penalty on my save file. I don't want a penalty on my save file, so I'ma just save first. Okay, so now let's present the wrong evidence and present.
Yes!
Yes! That statement contradicts the facts as demonstrated by this evidence. As far as I can tell, there is nothing untoward about this evidence. But that... Pull yourself together. Look as though your eyes are about to pop out of your head. So yeah, if you fuck up, you get a penalty. And once you get that penalty, once all these lives are gone, it's game over, bitch. I can't help that. It's just my look. So now let's see what happens. Let's see what happens when you fuck up all the, when you get rid of all your penalties. Let's do it again. Okay, we already did that. Oh, whoops. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed. Okay, so I skipped what Ryu said. I thought it was the same thing. That statement is clearly odd. What appears to be odd is the way you're presenting yourself. Oh, pay no attention, Your Excellency. As you wish. Now kindly lower your head. Never! Not until I've proven that I'm innocent here. Okay, so let's do it again. Hey, John Luke, what's up?
Yes!
Well, what about that last statement made by the witness? It seems perfectly reasonable to me. Exactly! Perfectly reasonable in every way. Perhaps you should take a leaf out of the witness's book and learn to be more reasonable yourself. Alright, I just need to calm down and think everything through again from the start. See, I'm gonna get him found guilty. Present again.
Yes!
Well, we already read this. I like how the dialogue changes when you fuck up a certain number of times. Oh my god, one more and he did! He real did! And present.
Yes!
I already did this. Oh! Oh shit, we're done! We're done! We're done. That will do. I am now satisfied that no reasonable doubt remains in this matter. The defense has consistently failed to refute adequately the assertions of the prosecution. Accordingly, I hereby announce this court's final verdict. I find the defendant, Ryu, guilty. Officer, restrain the accused and send the telegraphic communication to Great Britain without delay. The accused will not be granted the right to appeal. That is all. Court adjourned. Aw, shit. You dead, bitch! You real dead! Retry from this scene. Resume a saved game. Return to the title screen. Oh my god. Oh lord, okay. That sucks. Oh no. Sorry I was late. It's okay, I was late too. Okay. This one, I think. Okay. Okay, so we can use L to press him for more information, or R to present. Although I don't know why Asogi didn't explain this part. He explained presenting, but not pressing. I don't know why he didn't explain pressing. He just explained presenting evidence. But anyway, it's not hard to figure out. So, I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. I'm thinking about pressing every statement. Might as well. I mean, I already know what the contradiction is, especially since I've seen this game before, and plus, like, if you were paying attention with the whole evidence thing earlier, like, if you looked at the evidence, you'll see the contradiction, but... I'm thinking. You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna... Should I press everything? I don't know. I don't think it'll take that long if I press everything. We'll see. I was ingesting the regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Yes!
Why does he keep saying yes? Why not wait or hold on? Or hold up? Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then, this beef steak you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Tension? Ah! Beef steak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. If food could receive medals of honor, beef steak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Tension? Ah! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal, tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it! Yes, sir! I will, sir! On the double, sir! Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying noise? Negative! But it's right there! Well, at least we learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Prime Presser awarded. Ooh, I got a little trophy! What is that? Is that a trophy? I don't know how to what it's called for the Switch. Or is it just game specific? I think it's game specific. Well, I don't know what it's called. Achievement? Whatever. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. That was funny. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. That's just so weird. Why is he saying myself and then I? Whatever.
Yes!
I have no idea what you're talking about. A koban, boy. A koban? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hui period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day, with said item secreted in my bosom pocket, in the hope of an affluent cognis. I need to look up how to pronounce these words. I'm sorry. What the hell is that word? Okay, so why can't I hear it? Oh, I think I know why. Wait, no, I should be able to hear it. Why can't I hear anything? The hell? Oh, let me go to Merriam-Webster.
Kanyashinti. Kanyashinti.
Kanyashinti. Kanyashinti. Okay. A person that has expert knowledge in the subject. Connoisseur. Oh, okay. So that's what that word means. In the hope of an affluent cognoscenti, a praise of its indisputable value being present. So, you were hoping to sell your Koban coin to Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant? Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You're about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. Isn't that so? Well... You little upstart cadet! You want to add disrespecting the superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Why sell the coin? I don't know. Blatant subordination! No, I didn't say anything! Although, penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. Why is he talking like this? Holy shit! There remained precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. So, there were almost no customers at the restaurant you could do business with. The gentleman aside me, who was grappling with this braised meal at the time, was my sole prospect. So he was your customer. I see. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Oh, whoops. I meant to press that one. Now, this isn't the problematic statement. The next one is the problematic statement. Yeah, no, this one's a problematic statement, but we're not going to get to that yet. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes.
Yes!
Yes! So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Affirmative! I saw you, bitch! Affirmative, bitch! Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. Yeah, death slap though, I'm done. But that's impossible! I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, doesn't that contradict what you said earlier? Well, if that really is the case... Yeah, see, exactly. Like, he said... Like, didn't he say that he saw the exact moment that the gun was fired? But this actually isn't the problematic statement. I mean, it's problematic, I should say, but it's not the statement we wanna object to. It would mean that you didn't, in fact, see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. Stupid! Urgh! And double urgh! Or argh! Whatever. My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. What the fuck? Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I'd have got where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, my son? Son? Sorry. There's that baby noise again. Well... It would seem this soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Okay, now this is the problematic statement, but let's press it first.
Yes!
So, This black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was... Arrgh! I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else do you see around here in black uniform, hmm? Well, I mean, there's a guy staying next to him. Right? There you go! Well, there's someone sitting right next to me who fits the description as well, but... It was you, you little weasel! You unloaded the firearm on that man. From behind his back. And you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? Nippon? I don't care. You disgust me. Green Doobie Z, what's up? What is it, Ryu? I'm not quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. Yeah, see, he's caught it. He's caught the contradiction. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. Oh, okay, damn. Don't be a weeaboo. No, I'm kidding. I know what to do, but I just want to read this first. I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
Yes!
On your hands and knees? Could you explain that, please? That's right. Spurning the arthritis, I was, in order to receive the lost piece. What lost piece are you referring to? Wait, did I read that last part correctly? Spurning the arthritis, I was, in order to retrieve the lost piece. Whatever. The Koban, of course! The exquisite Hoi-era Koban coin. I had just been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal. After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. I already know what happened to it. But, you know, I'm not going to spoil that. The Koban vanished. Hence, I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? None other than, though it was of no concern of mine. What the fuck?! I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure. So, in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred? Indeed, myself, I did not. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Ryu. We know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing R. Go through each witness statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency? When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other, present your evidence with X and rip the witness apart. Damn! Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be giving a penalty. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with the witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again, as many times as you'd like. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. He reminds me of Blackwell. Simon Blackwell from Dual Destinies. The prosecutor. Oh. Oh wait, no! Wait, what? Let me see what happens if you... Oh, I see, okay. I thought... I was just curious. I was like, is it gonna change? No, it's probably not. Because I rarely need to go to this point, I think. Well, I don't know. Never mind. Okay, well, anyway. Okay, so the problem here is that this guy says the black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. From the back. But let's look at the evidence. So if you go here and examine it, the victim wasn't shot from the back. He was shot from the front. And of course, the postmortem report says this too. Actually, no. No, the postmortem report doesn't say that. Don't present that. But, yeah, present this, and...
Yes!
Easy. Well, where are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. He just threw it. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. It's so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kasuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Iesanosa. Yes. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed a crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Ooh, yeah, see, so there was a baby back there. What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yeah, see, I don't know. Sometimes the characters in these games act really stupid, Blue Wolf. I don't know. It's like you guys are just noticing this now. Like no joke. I was once watching. What was it? The first case of the Ace Attorney game? No, I'm sorry. It was the third case. Turnabout Big Top. I think that's the third case. It's either the third case or the... There were only 4 cases. It's either the third case or the second case. I can't remember. I think it was the third case. No, I'm sorry. No, it was the third case. The second case was with Maya and whatever, and her family. It's the third case, and like I remember at one point in the trial, the defense brought up an argument that I thought of long before. I'm like, fam, you could have brought that up long before. Like we did not need to take 50 minutes to get to this point. I don't know. I don't know. Ace Attorney logic. Justice for All Case 3. Yeah, exactly. Just as I was saying. Or Apollo Justice Case 3. That's another one too. Yeah, the logic is really stupid with these games sometimes. Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak. Sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yesanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd! I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Oh shit! Ooh! Damn, I felt that! Ow! Oh shit, ow! Apply cold water to burned area. Oh, I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. Oh shit, that was badass! Yo! What? There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial. Just from that one discrepancy. You'll get used to it. That's why your descendant was known as the Turnabout Terror. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Yep! But I definitely saw him! That university cadet there, who was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Oh yes, you were looking for your Koban coin, weren't you? Indeed, the prized Hoei-era Koban. Hunting around under the table, hunting around under the table, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. He uses a weird-ass syntax. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. Yeah. Wow, I think we know who it is. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. What the fuck? Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, prosecutor? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. What? My witnesses have further testimony to make. Oh wait, I see what he means now. Okay. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryu. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Yes. Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? A wolf? Oh, they found my ancestors? Blue wolf. As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something, or someone, peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative! The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Aido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Oh, shit! Aido. Danshan! Your father's about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Yeah, you need to wipe your child's nose. The true culprits. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. At this point, I honestly don't care about the voice acting. I'm just reading this whole thing. Okay. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the... A visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed. Alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies are certainly compelling. Wait, that's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all! Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman! There was a young woman at his table! You must have seen her! Everyone there must have seen her!
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel? Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Crime scene photograph. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. I'm trying to remember what the contradiction is for this one. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true! I saw her! I swear that I saw a woman with him! It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witnesses' testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Ouchie, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. I mean, we still have the cross-examination. Stand tall, Ryu. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth, in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kasuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes!
No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. Well... So there you have it. Have what? Yeah, just forget about it. Tension! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Karekuta-san? Why didn't he say anything? Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was. That young lad in black. That much I myself did see. That didn't prove anything, dumbass. Yeah, Blue Wolf, I'm just like, what did that prove? Yeah, like you have glasses, so we can't, I mean, obviously you had to have blinked, but we didn't see you blink, so that didn't prove anything. Well, actually, who knows? You might not have blinked at all. Well, whatever. I'm not gonna debate this. Basically, that doesn't prove anything. That doesn't prove anything.
Yes.
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I'd picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as a culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, a gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found the pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. This proves what, exactly? Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you. Oh, okay, I see what he's doing now. He's like saying, I did see you myself, but he's putting that at the front. I'm like, okay, I was wondering why he kept doing that. Like he's just moving the syntax, he's just fucking up the syntax. I'm like, it's just so jarring. So, absolutely no one noticed the fact that there was no smoke from the murder weapon in Ryu's hand? I guess not. I guess not. Yeah, that's the thing though. Wouldn't there have been smoke from coming from the barrel of the gun? With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing... I'm sorry. As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. Ew. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there had been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 AM when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. This is something that occasionally happens in the AA universe. They say things and the game tries to make it sound like a point, but in the end it makes no sense and makes you question, this proves what exactly? Yeah, that's the thing about these games. A lot of the logic just doesn't hold up. I'd say, like, I feel like it's weird because now Danganronpa is it's a similar series, but and even though it has issues too, the issues are not nearly as big as they are in Ace Attorney. Like in Ace Attorney, a lot of things do not make sense, but in Danganronpa, sorry, there are things that don't make sense, but it's not as big as they're not as huge as an Ace Attorney. Like I feel like Ace Attorney is a little less logically consistent than Danganronpa is. But then again, Danganronpa does have issues too. But anyway, yeah, that's the thing. Like the game sometimes tries to argue points that really don't have any basis. Now sometimes it's played for a joke, but sometimes it's just they take it seriously, and I'm like, this is not an argument. Certainly, 2 PM is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hada Clinic? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. Oh, I'm sorry, I said Hada. It would be pronounced Hotta. Hotta. Sorry, I can't Japanese today. Hotta Clinic? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 PM. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. And, okay, this is another thing that I really don't like about these games. Prosecutors do not present evidence at the very beginning of court's proceedings as they're fucking supposed to. They don't do that. So you spend time arguing a point, and then the prosecution's like, nope, sorry, here's new evidence that proves you wrong. And I'm like, you didn't present that before. Why? And this has been a problem since the very first game. Every single game has had this issue, and it's fucking annoying. It's really fucking annoying. And it happens in this game too. And I'm just like, present evidence at the beginning, please. God. Although I guess now thinking about it, I guess it kind of makes sense for story-related purposes, but it's just frustrating. Like, is there not a better way to go about doing this? Is there not a better way to go about doing this? I feel like there has to be a better way. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. The prosecutor hides evidence at the worst moment until like the very worst moment. And I'm like, why are you doing that? Present the evidence at the beginning. Now you can cover it. I feel like you can present all the evidence at the beginning and then cover it like, as it becomes relevant. Like whenever a piece of evidence becomes relevant, then you can present it, explain it to the court instead of just hiding it. I don't know. I just don't fucking know. It's just frustrating. Sometimes story-wise it makes no sense either. Yeah. I feel like some of these could be given the pass, but some of these not so much. I don't know. I wonder. What do you think, Ryu? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Yeah, that's the thing, like... That's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing, like... See, yeah, I guess that makes sense, because, like, if they do present everything at the beginning, it's like... Then the cases often wouldn't be very long. So, you have to wonder... I don't know, maybe there isn't a fix for this. I feel like there has... But I just feel like there has to be one. I don't know. All I know is that it's just really annoying. It's just so fucking annoying. You put a hole in the prosecution's argument, and then they're like, nope, denied. Okay, so let me save this. I want to see what happens. I'm sure, like, you just go back to the testimony if you say you don't want to submit it, and then you won't be able to use it as evidence. But I just want to see what happens. Better not. Okay, let's see. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Better not. I'm not sure I can really push for it to be submitted as evidence if I don't even know why it might be relevant. Excuse me. That wouldn't be good court etiquette, surely. Don't tell me you're worrying about court etiquette at a time like this. He can read you like a book, bitch. But my father always brought me up to be respectful and polite. Right now, we can't afford to overlook anything, no matter how insignificant it may seem to be. So let's ask for this medical report card to be added to the record. It won't be a problem, assuming you're polite. Alright, I'll do it, as politely as possible.
Yes!
Oh, okay, so the game does it anyway. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence will be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Yeah, fuck the youth for daring to question authority or for wanting to have their rights respected. Fuck that shit. No, I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report to the court record. The victim's medical report card has been entered into the court record. Medical report card. A medical report card from Hota Clinic that was found in the victim's pocket. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused. Korekuta-san. Indeed. Oh, wait, actually, let me go back to the... No, you know what? Let me save here. That way I can just load instead of having to skip through all that dialogue again. I want to see what... I want to see if it's going to be the exact same. Okay. So, ask for it to be submitted.
Yes!
I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same. Oh, I can skip through this too.
Objection!
Okay. Okay, well, let me just load. I guess it... I didn't know the game kept that. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dying all by himself.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dying alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. I forgot what the contradiction was. I'd have to look through the evidence. If I look through the evidence, then it'll be pretty obvious to me. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one. Oh, I know what the contradiction is now. I know what it is now. No. It involves the medical report card. I remember what it is now. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you just say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed, but for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion is just not possible. Unfortunately for you, defendant, Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter said it too. Yeah, exactly. The waiter whose testimony the court heard earlier clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. It really should be I'm sorry, grammar Nazi here. It really should be if such a woman was indeed present at the scene, because this is not a hypothetical. Sorry, grammar rant over. Anyway. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryu. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Yeah, it involves a medical report card. Oh, you mean this? Like, the game is outright hinting at what it is. I know what it is. Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence, so perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press A and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use right stick up, right stick left, right stick down, and right stick right to rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using left stick up, left stick right, left stick down, left stick... Oops, left stick up, left stick left, left stick down, left stick right. I already know all this, but might as well let him explain it. Well, actually, I didn't know that you use the sticks for the movement. On the 3DS, you pretty much just use the stylus, I think. Yeah, you use the stylus, and then you have to use wheels to turn the things around, or whatever. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, like so, press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use right stick, right stick, left stick, and A to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. Oh, they're just throwing it at me. Okay. I have to investigate it now. Medical report card required for every visit. They didn't even change the text. I guess that's fine though, because the subtitles down there tell us what it's saying. Name, Mr. John Wilson, Hota Clinic, sorry. It says Hota Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? Right? It's like... When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. You... Really? You never... What? I've had colds plenty of times when I was a kid. Yeah, I had colds plenty of times. Like, how do you have only... What? And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Right? I'm like, you had only one? Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. That conversation was funny. Okay, so let's look back here. Sorry, I'm trying to make it stand upright. There we go. Sorry, OCD. Dentist, Hota Clinic. Date, record, number 372,857. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to the doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, they give you painful injections. This conversation's funny. And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient, right? With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Oh look, I got another little achievement. That's 3 so far, because I got one earlier, but I didn't comment on it. Oh yeah, we can open this up. I was like, wait, no, there's one more thing we should see. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. And that right there is all the proof we need. So I remember, I was like, at first I didn't know what the contradiction was, but now I remember. But once I saw the steak plate again, I remembered what it was. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. So there you have it. That's a contradiction. The victim couldn't eat at the time the incident happened. He couldn't. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Medical report card's information has been updated in the court record. Yeah, when you examine evidence, sometimes it gets updated. Medical report. And I think sometimes you have to update it before you can actually present it. Medical report card. A record of dental work. On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment and been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. So, he could only ingest water. Yeah, he could ingest only water. Like, he couldn't do anything else. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Okay, Oop, my bad. That's something I meant to do. Did they say anything different here? Oh. Oh, okay. So the dialogue does change a bit. Well done, Ryu. We have even more to go on now. I still don't feel like the situation has really changed, though. No discrepancies have come to light, and that's what we need. Oh, I think the situation has changed a great deal. We've come a long way. How so? Because we have just what we need. It's simply a case of using it to our advantage now. Then, do you mean there is a discrepancy somewhere? The crucial point is, the victim had been prohibited from consuming anything but water when he was shot. That fact has not yet been brought to the court's attention. He's right. Thinking about Dr. Wilson's circumstances at the time of the incident puts that particular statement in a totally different light. Always keep your eye on the progress of the battle. That's the only sure way to win. Okay, so this is the problematic statement. Let me go ahead and save just in case. Although I'm pretty sure it's the correct statement. Jesus Christ, time flies when you're playing these games. Well, okay, so when I feel like doing a stream of this later, but not right now at the moment. It'll be like in sometime in the future. I'm not gonna like press every single statement unless it's statements that I know. In fact, I might even use a walkthrough if I don't remember anything. But yeah, it's like, because like reading all of these can take quite a while. So okay, so the problematic statement is this one. He couldn't eat or drink anything, so bye, bitch.
Yes.
Well, I think, about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryu, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright. And thanks for the advice. Karikuta-san, this is a Malco report card belonging to the victim. I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. No. Ugh, but that's... Remember, Ryu, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have... Oh! This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Oh shit! Oh, we getting serious now! Now that was a death slap. It's like this. Not this. Sorry if I fucked up the mic there. But what was the guy about to say? Okay, this medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced people who could possibly have perpetrated the crime. Ha! This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? That outbursts have petrified me, boy! Of course I believe it! How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hotta Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Oh? Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? Really? Do we need to explain this to you? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. 3 hours. No eating or drinking. What? No, that can't. For you turn to a total badass at this point, right? Korekuta-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more? You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case, bitch! Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. What? Not poggers! Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. Damn. Now we have two badasses here. But yeah, like, I know what Kazuma's gonna say. I'll just let him say it, actually. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. I see what you did! Wouldn't you agree, Ryu? Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? Exactly. It was someone else's. And for those of you who were listening earlier, I'm sure all of you were listening earlier, but what I mean is that if you remember, someone was eating, one of the people in this room was eating a certain steak. So, yeah. The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... Okay, let me just say, because I feel like being a troll. Oh, ouchie. As an ancestor of pain, you just showed that you're a damn idiot and it'll pass on generation to generation. You're not wrong, Blue. You are not wrong. Actually, let me just save over this one. The victim himself! The victim himself, obviously. What? Ryu, come on, pull yourself together. The victim couldn't have been eaten at the time. You just told the court that yourself. Oh, yes. Of course, I thought it didn't sound quite right. Look, you've even stunned the judge with that ludicrous answer. Alright then, I can use his state of shock to give me time to think and come up with the right answer. I suggest you think it through more carefully and try not to shock him in the first place. You're right. Sorry. Oh. The person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been me.
Yes.
I think it may have been me. What? It's not enough that you took the man's life, but you took his meal as well? That's a bee sting on the crying face. Some people seem to think that they can do whatever they like. And some people seem to think they can say whatever they like. Ryu. Sorry, you're right. Of course I didn't eat it. Yeah, you didn't eat it. You would have said other... You would have met... You know, I don't know. Because you said you drank a coffee. Well, I mean, I guess you could have eaten something else, but no, you didn't tell anyone, but... Like... I'm pretty sure you didn't eat that. The next time you make a quip like that, I'll make you eat your words. Then you'll be needing some dental surgery yourself. Damn! Okay! Jesus! Alright, I get the message. The person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... an as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes.
There was! Because I saw her! When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. Relentlessly. Kazuma, damn! Are you insane? You would take on the government? He doesn't give a fuck. Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. The two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. Oh wait, hold up. Hold up. I meant to show the final wrong. Oh man, that's embarrassing. I actually picked the wrong answer. I would have picked the wrong answer, I mean. I meant to do all the wrong options and then do the right one. My bad. Okay, let me load this. Hold up. Hold up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I meant to put the two witnesses. I mean as the right answer. I thought that was the right answer. But I don't know why I thought it was. See, I did a big stupid. I'm sorry. I did a big stupid. I'm sorry. Bell's a sergeant in the antiques dealer. Nosa-san and Kurikuta-san. Ah! Are you taking the cake, cadet? You think I shared rations with this decrepit graybeard? Insult me by associating me with this brutish carnivore, would you? You were both present at the scene. Neither of you can deny that you had the opportunity. You arid-brained idiot! I had my own regulation beefsteak set before me at my own table. And as any soldier worth his salt will tell you, you seize whatever rations are put in front of you. Okay, I'm sorry. Why did I think it was his then? I thought it was his. I'm misremembering things. That's embarrassing. Oh my god. My bad. I misremembered. It would seem you may need to reconsider your answer, Counsel. Of course, Your Excellency. My bad. I thought it was... My bad. Oops. OMG. That's embarrassing. I really thought it was the two witnesses. Because one of them said they were eating the beefsteak. I guess I shouldn't have assumed that they were the only ones eating it. I just misremembered. Let me just start from where I was before. We have demonstrated with evidence the witness was not that the victim was not alone. So if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Ooh, shit. Perjury. And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit? Murder? No! Damn, he is relentless. Jesus. Hold it. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. What? That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Wow. And I thought I did something stupid here. Wow. Oh. What? What did you just say? Gorikuta-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders. Now, hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order! Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, never mind. Okay. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryu, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. Yeah, which is why the prosecutor likely didn't have anything to do with it. It can only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Mo? Any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency! I had no idea about any of this! I swear to every Shinto god! I knew nothing! And what does the defense have to say about all of this? Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... Oh, I know who it is. I just remembered who it is. Let me say first. Because remember, if they didn't see, if they were the... Here, let me explain it. So, they weren't the only ones who said that there wasn't anyone else there, that there wasn't a woman there. But remember that there was one other person that was there who said it. If you remember who it was. So now all we just need to do is present that person. And it can only be none other than the waiter. It's obviously not him. Or him. At this point I just don't want to, like... I'm not going to bother presenting... I'm tempted to present Kazuma, though, actually. Let's see what happens when we present him. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... I don't want to see this. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not going to bother. I was just wondering what would happen if you chose him or him. Let's choose him.
Yes!
There. What do you make of that? I think, Counsel, that you may want to close your ears as well as your eyes. Otherwise, the sighs of disappointment in the courtroom may very well deafen you. Oh, shit! That bird! If you feel you must close your eyes in a crisis, might I suggest you keep your mouth shut next time, too? Otherwise, I may have to use the influence I have in this courtroom to shut it. Permanently! I don't know what it is about that prosecutor exactly, but he really makes me wince in pain sometimes. Haha! Wince in pain! Winston Pain! Haha! I don't have a great deal of influence myself, but believe me, I can find other ways to make you keep your mouth shut as well. Damn, they're just roasting him! Alright, don't get angry. Damn, I'll think again. There must be a clue somewhere in all that evidence in the court record. Actually, now that I think about it, there might be some pieces of evidence I haven't thoroughly examined yet. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Okay, let's see. What if I present you? Okay, it's the same thing. Okay, let me just load. That was really funny. You fuck up, and the game was like, stupid! Okay, so it's this guy, obviously. Wait, I'm just reading through these really fast. Okay.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter cannot possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Ryu. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence. Ooh, I'm sorry. I just gotta see every fuck up. I gotta see every fuck up. Every single one. I gotta see every single one. Every single one. Okay. If we examine this, we'll probably see the evidence. But I'm gonna be a dumbass. So.
Yes!
I'm not sure what this is supposed to prove, Counsel. I think, Your Excellency, that what this proves is not the true nature of the waiter, but the true nature of the accused. Sorry? A blackguard who would stoop to presenting the relevant evidence to incriminate an innocent man. That is the true nature of this rookie. Shit! Ugh! Try again. Go over all the evidence we have one more time. There's something in there that proves who this waiter really is. I'm sure of it. Alright then. I'll try. Okay, we already read that. We already read that. Okay, I'm gonna load the game again. Okay, so it's the waiter's business card. If we examine it, well, let's examine the front first. This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident, but there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly, and that's not all. Look here in the upper left, where it says kitchen. Oh yes, what of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, do you? You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Or do you? Whatever. Study harder, Ryu. Okay, so turn it around and... Ha ha! So that's why he didn't want to turn it over. The waiter. That's why he was like, "Aw, shit, I don't want to..." I was like, no, I just wanted to show you guys. I didn't want to actually give it to you. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here. The waiter's business card information has been updated in the court record. Sketch of the restaurant's layout is on the back. On the front is stated that Hosonaga-san is a police inspector. I'm wondering if you don't actually examine this before presenting it, it's probably... I wonder if it would be counted as wrong. I think it would be. But, anyway. Ooh, wait, let me examine this. The symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like the spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although, it does cause problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. Wow. I bet some of them are secretly emos. Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders. A sharp pin for a sharp mind or something? My personal student number is engraved on the back here. 000901? If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a Yume student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Oh, wow. That pun. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you can just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. Then how do you remember? Like, I don't know. How are you able to tell them your number, I mean? But anyway.
Yes!
Present the business card. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Just check the other side of the card. That's basically what he's saying. We're used to sweating up in this place. Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of this business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. I keep saying bureau, I mean bureau. What? The waiter's a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before! Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Bureau, damn it. The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. Oh, Jesus. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Hold it! Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Yeah, exactly. I'm guessing he didn't have anything else to write down the sketch of the restaurant on. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. Oh, so he wasn't. So he just wrote it without realizing what was on it. What was on the back of the card, I guess. Ew, that baby needs a nose wipe. Ugh. So you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? I'm guessing espionage? Wait, what did you say? Ah, of course. Your salary must be terrible. Whoa, that was funny. Your salary must be terrible. No, I was working undercover. Undercover? He was interrupted. That was funny. Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. I figured he wasn't going to actually say it. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Wait, hold on. Let me go back over what he said. Okay, never mind. Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. Bang! As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, the gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. Till the truth comes out. I immediately sealed out the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those are my orders. See, this was a rather simple case. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. Are you fucking kidding me? An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. No, it's not. You're right. It's absolutely not right at all. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Kazuma, sorry. Yumei University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman. Oh, okay. Oh, look at him over here spitting out those facts. What? You're a shrewd man. He really is. It's too bad that, well, I'm not going to say anything, but just watch the beginning of the second episode if you want to know if you want to know exactly what I want to say but can't. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. Damn, this guy is badass. You can't even tie those bunches. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yumei University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erase all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene and order these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. You need to stop pushing your child down. Like, let him come out. It's okay. Everyone knows he's there. Oh wait, hold up. Okay, never mind. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But Your Excellency! They'll be missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain! Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. So what, we just let this woman go free? Is that what you want to say? Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Badasses! All y'all are badasses! Yo! Oh, yes. Now, I like this judge. I like this judge. He is a badass. Ugh. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle? You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency! But that means you'll be going against special orders you were given from the police bureau! As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Okay, I want to keep going and at least show you guys what the English student looks like. I guess I can't... Yeah, save it. I guess, like, I want to at least show you guys what she looks like. Damn. Damn, I want to show you guys what she looks like. Save complete. Yeah, let's just do it. That's fine. 22nd November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's Antechamber 5. Okay. Sorry, I'm just checking OBS Studio. Excellent work, Ryu. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight. Before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. He was just so focused on the gun and the victim, I guess. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up... Bang! I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Oh, so that's what happened. I forgot. Oh, some of these things I forgot. I forgot some of these details. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system, even more so, which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? Did he? He might have. If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. Yeah, so that's what it was. I figured. I remember that. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. Quash? Is that a word? But I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight. Right to the last. Best of luck! Thank you! Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Kazuma-sama! Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what's hit them. Okay! I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. He puts the badge like on his collar? Ugh. He could cut himself. Like, what if he leans down like this? Cuts himself on that badge. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Actually sounds good right about now, but I'll just go into Jack in the Box instead. I don't even know what sukiyaki is. 22nd November, 12:09 p.m., Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. I'm gonna be German now. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryu. Prosecutor, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Haha. Sorry. I mean, that's not your fault. You did what you had to do. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. Thank you. Exactly. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down our nation and our nation founders? Do they mean flounders? I'm sorry, are some of these spelling mistakes, or are these just words I don't recognize? Again, terribly sorry. The the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. Shit, this is my boy! This is my boy! You really have nothing to worry about, Ryu. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan? Or of England? Ooh. Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing! Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in! By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong! Diplomacy has never been more critical. At the cost of integrity, it seems. Ooh, not a good picture. I'm surprised the judge is letting all this, letting this entire conversation happen. You know, Ace Attorney logic. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But staying here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. There you go! There you go! Well said, Ryu, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. Well, I guess I can understand why the judge let the conversation go on this once. But yeah, normally the judge, sometimes the two sides are insulting each other, the judge just doesn't intervene, and I'm like, okay. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! That's what she looks like? That's how people in England dressed back then, apparently. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? Wait, what am I thinking? Of course it's not true. I'm sorry, though. I'm sorry. Forget what I said. I'm just being stupid. It's obviously an exaggeration. See, I'm thinking the same thing, too. It's like, it makes me wonder, wait, is that true? It's like, no, I don't think it's true. English people are perfectly capable of having discussions without tea. And they do. No idea. So, can we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I don't think he was asking you. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Cardinal, but my true... Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Yeah, I don't think that's the issue here. Is that true? No idea. Who knows what the customs were at this point? Actually, I mean, some people do because they're historians. Whatever. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Oh shit. Sorry, Ryu, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. Oh shit. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? The lady says her name is Giselle Bretz. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in UMA University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. So she's speaking English, which I already knew. But yeah, she's speaking English, hence the scribbled font. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Haha, you'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. English doesn't rally you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryu. Okay, so it's clear that they can understand quite a bit of English. Maybe not perfectly, but fluently enough. They seem to understand most of what's being said. So those English classes must have been good. I mean, it makes sense for Ryu to know as well. I mean, he's an English major, I think? He was originally an English major. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Bretz. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting when you're the one who engineered her escape. That's what I was wondering too. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were, so unfortunately, present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say... Yes, it would appear the lady did witness a crime. Gee, I wonder why. The very moment when the accused, standing right here in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood! That outfit is so gaudy. I can't believe people actually dressed like that back then. Oh, maybe not exactly like that. I don't know if this game is completely historically accurate, but I do recall that, like, that's kind of what the people wore back then, at least. At least that's kind of what they wore. Ugh. Order in the court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, if it's so conclusive, then why was she hidden from the crime scene in the first place? Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Are they just using the same scribbled font again and again? Okay, I should probably stop here. I don't want this to be too long. I don't know exactly how long this is gonna be at this point, and you know, if I had hurried up, I probably would have been able to finish all this in one go. Damn, I'm already so far ahead though. I don't know how long this is gonna take though. These games do tend to be quite long. Well, let me just say before I do anything. Sorry, stupid ad on YouTube. Wait, what is this? I don't remember seeing these lines before. Did they change some? Did change some of the dialogue? What? Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. I need to look. I'm trying to see. Okay, hold up. Let me look here. I'm trying to see how long this will last. Okay. Ooh, that's gonna take quite a while. Okay, so it's gonna take like if I read through the I don't know. Should I keep going? I mean, I'm already so far into it. Nah, I kind of don't want to continue this actually. I mean, I guess shit, I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I don't know if I should keep going. I'd hate for I mean I didn't even get to like play through the entire first. I guess I could. I wasn't planning to play this long though, but I guess I could. But if I'm going to, I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom actually. So enjoy my waiting screen. Okay, hi again, everyone. Okay, so I've decided to just save this until tomorrow. Or another day. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do it tomorrow. Here, let me check my work schedule. Which I really should take a picture of so that I don't have to keep, like, fucking going to the website to check. But I'm lazy. Yeah, this would save me a lot more time, so... Chi-Man logic. Anyway, so I think we could just... I really wish I had stopped when it said to be continued up. But that's fine. At least you guys got to see what the British woman looked like. Okay, so I will stop here. Okay, so I'm thinking about... You know what? Actually, this can work. What I'm gonna do the second part case, this case tomorrow. And then on Thursday, I'll do Advanced Warfare, Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. And then on, I guess, Friday I can finish up the second part. So on Thursday, I'll do Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, first part, and on the second part, that's on Thursday, I'll do that first part, and on the second part, on Friday, like right after work, I'll stream the next part. And then, or I could wait until Saturday to do it. I don't know, honestly. I'll just save the second part tomorrow. So did I save? I did save, I believe. So let me go back to the title. I'm pretty sure I already saved, but let me save again just in case. Okay. Ooh, special contents. Let's look at this really fast. Yeah, I'll just do this second part tomorrow. So like that way we'll have like the first case done. And it'll be like the second part of the test stream. Yeah, I'll do it that way. And then on Thursday I'll do yeah, there are actually several extra episodes here, I think. Yeah, these are the extra episodes. Ooh, you can select alternative outfits. Ooh. What's this? Oh. Oh. No. Oh. No. God, okay. Jesus Christ, okay. Outfits are only available for use in the Great Ace Attorney 2. Wait, what? Wait, I'm confused. Hold on. Wait, does that mean... Wait, hold on. Hold on. I'm confused here. I'm completely confused here. There's something I just hold on. I thought... Wait. Hold up. So does this game include both DGS 1 and DGS 2? I thought it was just the first one. They localized both? Or was it just the first one? Wait, this is both? No, that can't... What? What? It includes both? Oh my god, that's awesome! What? Why am I just realizing this now? I was like, okay, because when I saw the wallpaper, I was like, wait, there was a character that I didn't recognize. Like, what? I didn't even realize that this included the second game. That is so cool! Yo, that is lit! Why am I just realizing this now? Oh my god, that's embarrassing. It's like there's a character right there I didn't recognize. I'm like, what? Yo, I didn't know both games were localized, so I could actually enjoy the second. Okay, that's lit. Yo, oh my god, I thought it was just the first game. That's embarrassing. I feel stupid now. I know it said the Ace Attorney Chronicles, but I thought by Chronicles it just meant the first game, because I heard that the second game. I just assumed that. I guess I just assumed that the second game wasn't localized, but it was. But it was. Oh my god. Yo, that is lit. Oh, I'm gonna have so much fun with this game. Okay. Oh, hold on. My mom's calling me. Well, I guess I should be stopping. But anyway, tomorrow we'll continue the rest of Case 1. Let me just go ahead and stop. Anyway, I'm TeamRuler15, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye.